Peoria Unified, our kindergarten programs are designed to ensure that your child is known, valued, cared for, and challenged. Kindergarten is so much more than just the ABCs. It is where creativity is encouraged and bright minds blossom in a fun and safe environment. In Peoria Unified, we strive to make this an easy adjustment for parents to ensure your child is well prepared for the best possible educational experience. If you have an incoming kindergartner who will turn 5 by September 1st, 2024, visit peoriaunified.org/kindergarten for more information about how to reserve your child's seat in our kindergarten program. Enroll today.
Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online.
For waiting, fellow board members. So we will call this meeting to order at 5:11 p.m. Moving on to number 2, executive session 2.1, convene executive session as prescribed by ARS 38-431.03A3, discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorneys for Peoria Unified School District in connection with process for verification of prospective employee background and legal issues related to the hiring of prospective employee. So I just need a motion.
I will motion to go into executive session, discussion or consultation for legal advice with attorneys for Peoria Unified School District in connection with process for verification of prospective employee background and legal issues related to the prospective employee.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, as I'm not logged in yet.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. We will convene into executive session. Thank you. We are going to return to our regular session 3.1. We were in executive session for a while, so we're just going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be right back. So I just wanted to let you know. For waiting for their bathroom break. So yes, we are 3.1 return to regular session from our executive session. We'll move on to number 4, opening exercises, 4.1, moment of silence, and 4.2, pledge of allegiance and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to lead us tonight?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you.
All right, moving on to number 5, address agenda. 5.1, address agenda, consider adoption or recommend changes. Does any board members have any changes they would like to just recommend? Okay, so I will motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Clerk Toby. Board members, you may cast your vote. Do you need us to run through a voice vote? We can.
She says she's good.
Thank you. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to number 6, recognitions. Danielle Airy, welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests who have joined us this evening. Tonight, we have a very special recognition planned for you. As most of you know, in February, the organization announced that 53 schools in Arizona earned the A+ School of Excellence designation. If you don't know, this is the highest state-level recognition given to any Arizona public school, and it is an incredible achievement. In order to receive this designation, schools must submit a detailed application and undergo a rigorous review process. An A+ designation means that a school demonstrates strong leadership that inspires collaboration and embraces professional development. A school has high-quality teachers and staff who create engaging learning experiences and help students thrive academically and socially. A rigorous, standards-aligned curriculum that encourages critical thinking and problem-solving. A school engages parents and has strong community involvement. The school must be student-centered and have a student-centered learning approach with extracurricular activities and a safe and nurturing environment. We were beyond proud to learn that our very own Zuni Hills Elementary School was among those select few schools who earned that A+ designation. We've got some of them here with us this evening, the wonderful staff members from Zuni Hills Elementary School. We're going to celebrate them before we do. If I could have any Zuni Hills staff, would you stand so we can give you a huge round of applause? And we know because they are so dedicated, there are many more that are involved with some after-school activities and still continuing to do things throughout the evening tonight that couldn't be here with us tonight. And so those that are here tonight represent so many others that are there from Zuni Hills, as well as the wonderful parents, community, and most importantly, the students who also worked so hard towards this dedication. So We're so incredibly proud of all of you. I'd like to invite the principal, Mrs. Lynch, up to receive any comments or feedback from the board. And then I know Dr. Summers has a little something for all of you, and we'll gather you in front of the dais if we could in just a moment. But until then, I'll invite Mrs. Lynch up for any board comments.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. Welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, would you like to go ahead first for comments?
Thank you, President Rooks. Congratulations. I was able to be there for the celebration, to be there with all of your school. It was amazing, and I know the hard work that goes into this with all of your staff. And I, first off, applaud you for being willing to go after this high award, and a lot of gratitude to your staff for all the hard work, and the families and the students who put forth the effort to make this happen. Congratulations.
Thank you. Clerk Toby, any comments?
Yes, good job to everybody involved. I know it takes a team to make something like this happen and to pull this off. I've been watching Zuni. I have family at Zuni for a while, and it is certain that Zuni is on the move. So you guys are up to a great job. Keep it up, and I'll continue to be watching. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
Yes, first of all, thank you for being a leader that leads with excellence. And I too have colleagues, ex-colleagues, I guess, at your school, and everything is, amazing, and they love you. And if you haven't heard that, it takes a good leader to lead, and not everyone's good at that. And to piggyback off what Clerk Toby said, to run a team, you got to lead by example. And that's all I've heard about the leadership there. So kudos to you and congratulations. That's a big award. Thank you for all your hard work.
Mrs. Proudfit, any comments?
Welcome. We're so grateful that you guys are here. It was so wonderful to be with Mrs. Ewing, to be able to celebrate the day that you were recognized. It was great to see how excited your students were for the honor as well, and hearing the wonderful choir, the great cheerleading that you did. Mrs. Lynch was fantastic that day. It's always just great to gather to remember the wonderful things that are happening as we move forward in the district. And again, thank you to the people at your school that were willing to put forth the time to gather the information to submit us for that award. Obviously, Zuni is wonderful. We can't say enough good things about it. So congratulations, and we just feel really blessed to have each and every one of you.
Thank you. On behalf of Zuni Hills, I would like to thank you for your encouragement and support along the way. And I really want to give a tribute to our staff for the amazing dedication that they put forth for this application process and for the 2-day visit. So there were about 9 people that came, principals and others from other A+ schools, that visited our campus for 2 full days and just watched us do our work. And one of the first things they said to me when they arrived on the first day, they said, "We need your staff list for today because we're going to visit all the classrooms. Is anyone on your campus absent today?" And I said, "No, we have 100% attendance, and that is all teachers and all staff." And I think that's truly a credit to the collective commitment and the dedication of our team. We were excited for this opportunity, and we got great feedback from the Arizona Education Foundation as well. So it was a wonderful, wonderful experience for all of us. And I want to say thank you to my Zuni Hills family. Yes, congratulations. And again, I remember touring with you, and you just talked about all the wonderful things that you guys were working on there as a team, and the different dynamics around the school, and even the student that was there that day. He was super excited to show off. So congratulations to you and to your staff tonight, and look forward to celebrating with it in the next year. Thank you.
Another big congratulations, and Mrs. Lynch, if you would, we would like you and your staff to come up so we can take a photo, and governing board members, if you would join us, and I know Dr. Summers has something to add.
So this is just my additional echoing all of the wonderful sentiments. So we are proud to bestow Zuni Hills with a banner that exemplifies the A+ School of Excellence recognition. And so we're excited to present that to you all this evening that are here, and have your staff and members of the board also pose for the photo. So why don't we all come up here, and we'll cue the PR team.
Yes. And I think Mr. Alexander is coming out, oh, right there, on cue, to help us. Congratulations again. And as they're making their way back to their seats, I will just share a quick spoiler alert. Coming soon to a mailbox near you is the newest edition of our Unified magazine, which features Zuni Hills. So we'll look forward to reading more about their achievement. Thank you, Mrs. Rooks, President Rooks.
All right, moving on to number 7, opening public comment, 7.1. Request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. I don't believe we had any public comment tied to this line item. So moving on to number 8, board and superintendent comments. 8.1, board comments. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to start with board comments?
Thank you, President Rooks. So the highlight of these past 2 weeks was participating in the recognition ceremonies of staff and students. I was lucky enough to be an honorary speaker on behalf of the board at the Pride of Peoria, where over 40 of our employees were recognized for their excellent work in the district. And they exemplify PUSD's values and excellence in teaching, and they were selected by their peers. And it was great to be in attendance with so many from our board. And it was great to not only see these individuals recognized, but also the personal connections our board members had with so many of these employees. I personally had the opportunity to congratulate one of my daughter's 4th grade teachers, Mrs. Younger. So that was wonderful. And then I was also the honorary speaker stepping in for Ms. Proudfit on behalf of the board at the Peoria Education Foundation Scholarship Awards last night. Over 30 students were recognized and awarded scholarships. I congratulate these students and staff and the families and educators that have supported these students in their perseverance of their achievement in their studies. Lastly, I visited Sundance, Country Meadows, Desert Harbor, Oakwood, Centennial Oasis, alongside Mr. Toby and Ms. Proudfit. I appreciate the continued conversations on how we can improve safety measures on campus, needed or additional academic interventions, how we discuss opportunities for program expansion, and celebrate success on each campus. And it's imperative to be on the campuses to have these conversations as we look towards change and revising the strategic plan update and the revision of our utilization of our campus space and making more academic strides across all of our campuses. Thank you for taking the time to have all of these important conversations, and I look forward to visiting more schools. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any board comments?
Thank you, President Rooks. Yes, I too was joined by Mrs. Ewing at Desert Harbor and Oakwood, both fantastic campuses. Appreciated talking to the leadership there, having important conversations about safety, as well as their education programming, things that I didn't know before as far as how they are making more happen, bless you, more happen with less. And that's kind of the name of the game, what we're doing right now in our district. So how can we do more with less that we're working with? And Desert Harbor and Oakwood, from what I saw, was doing a great job. Really proud of those campuses. I had the opportunity this week to guest teach over at our Westmet campus. I think it's important that we foster those relationships, and some of our Peoria students enjoy seeing familiar faces over there, so it was nice to teach at another campus and actually engage some of our own students who partake in that programming. As you'll see later on in the board agenda, the enrollment report, we were actually up last month, 25 new students in our campus just in pre-K and kindergarten alone. So I just want to welcome those 25 new families that came to our district in March, right? That's not necessarily a high registration month. So I think it's a testament to the direction that we are going as a district. I also want to shout out to, we had a recent proclamation that was signed yesterday declaring April 9th Education and Sharing Day by Governor Hobbs in honor of the 123rd birthday of Rebbe Lubavitcher, Jewish rabbi who embodied the spirit of sharing and the importance of education and study. So I appreciate Governor Hobbs for signing that proclamation declaring April 9th Education and Sharing Day. And as far as that goes, I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any board comments?
Yes, I think all of us, there was an event, not Pride of Peoria, so sorry, State of the City, that all board members and Dr. Summers were part of. That was, collaborating with our community, our mayor. It was an amazing event, and it was nice that all the board was present. And Pride of Peoria, I'll piggyback off what somebody said earlier, that it always surprises me that I'll look out in the audience, or that night even, some coming up getting recognized that I didn't even know that I knew, and even remembering my name, and I'm like, I know you, but whatever. But that was really cool. And I think the thing that stood out the most to me, there's a lot of nameless, faceless people in our district, and I can't say enough. I was one, because I was a parapro at one time, even though I had degrees and all that. I wanted to be with my kids and foster kids in the schools, but we had a lot of maintenance people that were recognized. And I just have to say, and I was standing next to Clerk Toby, and I said, it just made me think, first of all, when I was in school, a little while ago, and my children, but even as a behavior specialist, a lot of them make or break a student's day. They're the first face they see, or they make a lot of impact. And I was just very impressed by that. And of course, we had cafeteria workers, one of which I knew, and then a math teacher. My God in heaven, I can't believe she's still in our district, but she is top notch, and she's at Cactus High School. She was both my kids' teacher, and just an amazing, Miss Hudson, amazing math teacher. So it was just really a neat event, and congratulations to all those that, when your peers are rallying around you and electing you for an award, that means something. That's character that we can't put on, paper or on a screen. But anyway, thank you to all those that were present there, and I think we were most of us were present that night, most of the board members. So it's always nice to see us coming together for events, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Proudfit, any board comments?
I'm going to make it quick because a lot of redundancy. So yes, did the visits echo what Mrs. Ewing said. The State of the City was great. Mrs. Airy was there also with us. So again, I appreciate what you say, Mrs. Bowles. It's good to be at these events as a board together. And then Pride of Peoria is always a wonderful, wonderful event. So congratulations to our winners. But I also wanted to say thank you to Miss Airy and the comms team, because they really bear the brunt of putting that on. And I know this month we had the award ceremony last night, Pride of Peoria. There's a lot coming up, and she just really makes it happen for us. I don't know if you sleep here, what happens, but I think you're working 80-hour weeks for this entire month. So thank you so much to you and your comms team for the wonderful work that you do. I wanted to give out a pin, the Leading with Excellence pin. You may have seen a new face in the boardroom. We have a new board attorney, Miss Susan Siegel, and to say that we have put her through her paces for the last couple months would be an understatement. She has been so available to us and has been a constant in our boardroom and in our executive sessions to ensure that we are not just following the law, but doing the very best that we can for our students. So I wanted to give the Leading with Excellence pin to Ms. Siegel.
before I go to my board comment, Ms. Bowles, did you have anything further you wanted to state in your
Ms.
board
Rooks is
comment?
very gracious. I also want to give one out to a person in the room that has been here a long time, even when I was an employee and a mom at the same time in the district. And while my daughter was an excellent, and still is, in behavior and all across the board, we had to discipline her, and this particular administration then did not want to discipline my daughter. She says, "Are you sure we have to do that?" I'm like, "Yeah, we have to do that." And this is for Miss Vesley, for leading with excellence for many, many years. She was my children's administrator. I worked with her. She was my principal at one of the schools I worked at. So, and on I could go for, the Christmas parties and, on and on. But thank you for so many years dedicated to our district.
Yes, so I was going to say we were also, all of us together at the city of Peoria, state address, and it was just really cool to see. I brought actually my oldest son with me, and he was really excited to see all of the things that were going on. He had no idea that was all going on in the city. So thank you for the invite for that. I wanted to say congratulations to all of the Pride of Peoria winners. Monday night, I was not able to attend, but I just want to say congratulations to them, and I appreciate all of their work that they do in this district for the students and the community and the families. I also wanted to just touch on, I had a parent reach out today, the Arizona All-State Choir. It's a choir of 200 high school students selected from 8 regional choirs. All regional participants are eligible to audition. The live auditions are held in March. Selected students, they learn, they memorize their performance songs before attending the 2-day long festival where they can work with a nationally known person. And so there's also a band section, so there's choir band, but they have we have one student in our district, I don't know if Summers is gonna touch on it, that was selected to the All-State Choir, and that is Carly Harris. So I just wanted to say congratulations to Carly Harris and then all of our students that were selected for the band section. That's amazing accomplishment, and so I just wanted to make sure that we give recognition to Carly Harris and all of the other students. And that's it. So moving on to 8.2, Superintendent Comments. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members, cabinet guests. Great to see so many people. You guys have covered so much already, so it's always nice when you can soak in and appreciate and absorb how much is happening across the district. And just super proud of all of the awardees, recognees, both from part of Peoria event, last night's Peoria Education Foundation Scholarship recognition, truly a treat, and we have so many more recognitions to round out this year. So it's always, again, just an honor and a privilege to be able to celebrate with all of you. And Mrs. Bowles, I think you said something that really got me thinking. It's people that make all of this work, and it's interesting to note that while we have so many that we're recognizing, there's so many more, right, that are behind the scenes and maybe not recognized all at the same time, but to know that there's quiet heroes that are making a difference on behalf of every student every day. It's what makes Peoria Unified so special, and just fills my heart. So thank you for all of that. I do have one more recognition I'd like to share, and this piggybacks from the last board meeting where we shared a highlight from a parent who wanted to recognize the staff and administration team at Park Ridge Elementary School. So following that board meeting, we also then received an email from a parent of a student at Centennial High School, and shout out to Mr. Hollabaugh and your team there, sir. They wanted to recognize resource and science teacher, Miss Shelley Peterson. And this parent highlighted the impact that Miss Peterson has had on their son. They went on to mention the unwavering and constant support their son received from Miss Peterson during his 4-year journey through high school. I want to say thank you to this parent for sharing this message with us. I also want to say thank you to Miss Peterson and all of our Peoria Unified educators for your commitment to our students. We are in the middle of Thank a Teacher campaign. So I continue to encourage all Peoria Unified families to share the impact their teachers have had on their journeys through our schools, both in and out of the classroom. And once again, thank you, Ms. Peterson, and thank you to this parent for sharing this inspiring story with us. President Rooks, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on to number 9, opening action items. 9.1, consideration of administrative appointment, principal for Oasis Elementary School. I believe Mrs. Vesely, Dr. Summers, we do have public comment tied to this line item, so I will start with that first. You each will get 3 minutes for public comment at the podium. So first public comment is George Colebrook.
Good evening, President Rooks, governing board members, Dr. Summers, and cabinet members. I come to talk to you tonight as a parent of Oasis community for over the last 14 years. I have been the PTSO president, a board member on the PTSO, on the site council, and a member of the interview committee for previous administrators. As you can see, I'm involved and a strong supporter of the staff and students. In the beginning of November, the principal of Oasis went on leave, and the assistant principal, Ms. Bryan, stepped up to fill the role of 2 administrators. The staff came together and showed extreme support for Ms. Bryan, as she herself is a new administrator in her role. Other administrators came to help out, but it was inconsistent until the beginning of the 2nd semester. Even through this transition, the staff continued to do what they do best and educate our kids. Oasis has had the district spelling bee champion, placed 2nd and 3rd in the district patriotic speech contest, and scored high in the district benchmarks. On March 27th, the board agenda had district recommendation for new principal for next year, in which we are excited to be able to move forward. Unfortunately, the vote was tabled, which was shocking and a disappointment to the community. As a former administrator, I know the interview process is very thorough and trust in that process, and ask you tonight to approve district administration's recommendation so that our community can begin to move forward knowing that we are in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Tara Flint Hollins.
It's pronounced Tara, by the way, sorry. All right. Good evening, President Rooks, governing board members, and Dr. Summers. My name is Tara Flint Hollins, and I have been a teacher at Oasis for 11 years. Oasis is not just a school. We are a family. I was fortunate enough to have my kids go to this school. My youngest is currently in 8th grade and will be promoting in May. I get to see the school from the roles of both a parent and a teacher. Stating that this year has been a challenge would be an understatement. Our principal disappeared in November with no notice or explanation. While I understand some things cannot be disclosed, as a staff we were left completely in the dark by the district. Later we were told that the former principal was no longer coming back and that Ms. Bryan was now officially interim principal for the duration of the year. Ms. Bryan has done an amazing job. Along with Mrs. Connolly, we have been able to continue operating semi-normally. Through every challenge, we've come together, we've supported each other, and we've continued to thrive. But it hasn't been easy. We're tired. We're ready for a leader who will walk with us, invest in us, and grow with us. When we met Ms. Lovelace, even briefly, we felt it, that spark of hope, that quiet confidence. We believe she is exactly what our staff, students, and families need. We trust the process that brought her here, and we are ready to welcome her with open arms. Please vote to approve Mrs. Lovelace as our next principal. Let's give Oasis the leadership it deserves and the future that we've been waiting for. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Marcy Cooper.
Good evening. President Rooks, governing board members, and Dr. Summers, and everybody else today. Congratulations, Zuni. You guys are awesome. Love it. My name is Marcy Cooper. I've been a teacher at Oasis for the past 20 years. I've had 2 children go through Oasis. My daughter is currently also working at Oasis. Sorry. I love the school. It is amazing that we were able to proceed these last 3 years. This last year was horrendous. We have an amazing administrator that stepped up, did 2 jobs. Ray Conley, we keep asking her to come out of retirement because she's amazing and she has supported us. But sadly, we didn't see most of you on our campus. And that and the vote last board meeting was a gut punch to us. Mrs. Bryan's amazing, stepped up, did the work of 2 jobs. If you know, there's so many of us here. We are a family. We support each other, whether it's academically, whether it's personally. We are a family. We have community members, PTSO, who are just, they love our school. We are like Oasis. We are this little school that is very dedicated to our students. Many of my parents were former students, so we have that generational here. Oasis, as I said, is a family, and despite the challenges of a principal abruptly leaving us and not a lot of support that we've had from administration, not our administration, but above us, we've produced some darn good kids, smart kids, bright kids. I also do student council and yearbook, and these kids are amazing. They didn't know that something was amiss. We kept it going for them. We were truly excited to meet Ms. Lovelace, and after experiencing the thoroughness of her interview process, and we are confident in her qualifications. When the staff had the opportunity to meet her, there was a strong sense of reassurance that she should be the leader of our community and the leader that we need. We are eager to move forward under her leadership, and we respectfully ask you to vote her in as our next principal. We are ready to fully embrace her leadership. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Jordan Cooper.
Hello, good evening. Had to take that moment there. You did just hear from my mom, but I am Jordan Cooper. I'm a current 6th grade science and social studies teacher, but also a proud former Dolphin myself. Being a part of the Oasis family is a big responsibility. It's something that you don't get to see every day unless you're on our campus. This year has been challenging for us, having one administrator, which I can't tell you the hours that Emily puts in, even when we beg her to leave in the evening. We are very lucky to have the community and the people with us, whether it is our PTSO members and boards who are there if I need a pencil or putting on a carnival, whatever it is, they have been part of it. Our students show up every day with smiles on their faces that makes coming to work a joy. And getting to join the family myself after being a little kid running around, I can speak to the power of our school and our strength. But I would love for us to move from a period of challenge and banding together to be able to thrive under a stable and strong leader. Amanda Lovelace came to see us a morning a few weeks ago, and what stood out to me was when she came to us, she had joy in her heart. She was ready to be there. Not only does she have the qualifications to be there, but she has the spirit to match a very spirited staff that we have here at Oasis. I humbly impress upon you the importance for us to be able to heal and move on, to have a principal that not only will show up today and bring joy as she promised to us, but somebody who is ready to see Oasis on the level that it is, as it deserves to be. Thank you to the board, for President Rooks and Dr. Summers for listening to me, and I do hope that you vote to appoint Amanda Lovelace. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Paula Langseth. Did I say that correctly? I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening, President Rooks and board members, and Dr. Summers. Good to see you again. I have been at Oasis now for 11 years. I'm one of the PE teachers on our campus, and I'm obviously here to speak about my feelings in regards to Mrs. Loveless as our principal at Oasis. I'm just going to be honest. We have gone through, I'm just going to put it this way, HE double toothpicks over the last 3 years, and not even knowing if we had a principal this year, never knowing if she was going to come back, and then not coming back, and poor Emily gets dropped with this gigantic responsibility, as we've already mentioned. We need a principal who's going to treat and speak to our teachers, students, and parents with respect and support us, who is going to be approachable, who's going to always tell the truth, and obviously just general professionalism that we are so in need of. When Mrs. Lovelace was introduced to us as our next principal, those of us, as many of us already said, that spoke to her had a great feeling immediately. She was very approachable, which is a huge thing. You want to be able to speak with your principal without angst going on. She was very warm, very positive, very professional, and the big thing was she had a giant, and she said this out loud to us, she has a huge heart for kids and her staff. I also like the fact, since I'm a PE teacher, I always like the fact that her father is a former PE teacher, so we hit that off right away. That was a good thing. And I have had principals in the past that have very well understood and supported PE. Unfortunately, that was not the case this go around, and it did not go well. We need someone like Miss Loveless to fill these gigantic shoes that we have to fill at Oasis. A principal for our very special school that we call home, because that's what Oasis is to all of us, it's home. Please give her this position and allow Oasis to not only get back on track, but to soar throughout the time. She will be our leader. With her and Mrs. Bryan as our team, I have no doubt that we can do that. I personally see a future dream team going on here, and I'm excited about it. I really am. I want to thank you, Miss Emily. You have been amazing, and what you've had to endure, only you could get through it, and you did, with flying colors. And we thank you for everything you've done. The spirit at Oasis, I have felt, is slowly coming back. It's slowly coming back.
Sorry, but your public comment time is up.
Okay, thank you, but we appreciate it, and we want her.
Thank you. Next public comment, final one on this one is Amy Rapper.
It's Raper.
So sorry.
It's okay. Good evening, board member, good evening, President Rooks, governing board members, Dr. Summers, and cabinet members. My name is Amy Raper, and I'm here tonight not only as a parent of a daughter that currently attends Oasis, but also as a proud teacher at Oasis. I'm not going to lie. Coming here tonight to speak before all of you is a little intimidating. But because of what I witnessed at the board meeting on March 27th, it left me confused and frustrated, and I felt that as a veteran teacher of Oasis, I needed to come and speak to all of you. This year at Oasis has been hard. I consider myself lucky to work with the best of the best, some of them in this room right now. I'm able to lean on them through the tough times, and there's been a lot of leaning on each other this year. We have seen our assistant principal, Emily Bryan, wear multiple hats to ensure our school runs seamlessly. Many, including myself on the leadership team, have been asked to step up and help when needed, because at the end of the day, Oasis, we are a family, and the family at Oasis does whatever it needs to do in both good times and in bad. Upon learning that we would ultimately be needing a new principal for the upcoming school year, a team was assembled to pick who the best person would be to fill that role, because that team knew our students at Oasis deserved nothing but the best for them. Learning that Miss Lovelace was our person, there was a buzz of excitement around the staff. We were excited because once confirmed, she would have the ability to come and meet our community at our annual school carnival the following week, which was last Friday. What a great way for her to interact with our community and show her one of the things that makes Oasis a special place. What a missed opportunity that was. When I watched the school board meeting on March 27th, I was shocked to learn that no vote would be taken to approve her after it appeared on the agenda. No real reason was given as to why. Board members expressed they had questions, which quite honestly, if you had questions, they should have been addressed prior to the board meeting that night. The vote to table the recommendation, board members having questions, only led to more confusion, concerns, and quite honestly, unnecessary stress that just has added to our already difficult year. I implore the school board to do the right thing and to honor the hard work of the selection committee recommendation, to honor Dr. Summers' recommendation, and to vote to approve Mrs. Lovelace as the next principal of Oasis Elementary. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. So if there's, Dr. Summers, nothing else to present on with this item?
President Rooks, if I may, I would like to formalize the recommendation that I have prepared for you this evening.
Okay.
So President Rooks, governing board members, we are excited to bring forth for consideration Miss Amanda Lovelace to be appointed to the position of principal at Oasis Elementary School. Miss Lovelace started her career in education in 2012 as a teacher in the Liberty Elementary School District, where she served in this role until 2019. She then promoted in the role of instructional coach, where she served the Liberty Elementary School District from 2019 through 2022. In this role, she supported K-8 teachers by mentoring and supporting and developing new teachers or those new to a grade level or content area. She's also supported the district through curriculum development and supporting the district math initiatives. In July of 2022, Ms. Lovelace was appointed as an assistant principal in Liberty Elementary School District, where she has served for the last 3 years. She comes from a multi-generation educator family. She believes every child deserves a quality public school education, and also believes that families deserve a strong school to anchor their community to propel their children's lives forward as capable and actionable citizens. Ms. Lovelace holds a bachelor's degree in elementary education from the University of Phoenix and also holds a master's degree in educational leadership from Northern Arizona University. We're excited to be bringing Ms. Amanda Lovelace forward for consideration tonight to lead Oasis Elementary School for the upcoming school year and into the future. And thank you, President Rooks and Governing Board.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. All right, so does board members, if anybody has a motion on the floor?
I motion to approve the administrative appointment for the position of principal of Oasis Elementary School as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. Board members may cast votes. Motion passes with 3 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstain. Mrs. Lovelace, would you like to come to the podium? I'm sure the board members would like to say something to recognize your administrative appointment tonight. Mrs. Ewing, would you like any comments?
Yes. First, I want to say welcome, and sorry it was a little bit of a rocky road, but welcome. And thank you to Ms. Bryant for all of your hard work in there. I do also want to give a special thanks to Ms. Connolly for helping out during this time period too. So, but I I appreciate that you've started, you started in the classroom, and then you gained mentorship skills through your instructional coaching and through your curriculum development. So I'm excited to see you bring that forward and those skills forward. And then finally earning your leadership skills as assistant principal for, I believe, 3 years. So I'm looking forward to what you can bring. And you have a wonderful dream team, as it's now quoted. And looking forward to your leadership there. And welcome. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any comments?
Congratulations. Welcome to Peoria Unified. I just want to say, as you've heard, and you can probably already tell from your site visits over at Oasis, that they're in need of leadership right now. And I hope that you're the person to lead them. And I think that, as judging by everybody that spoke tonight, you already have their support. So we're expecting good things. Ms. Bryant, good job. Thank you for keeping the ship afloat while, you know, it was no one at the helm. But it sounds like you guys made it together as a team. So appreciate that and congratulations.
Mrs. Bowles?
I just want to say thank you for stepping up. I have heard some things that have gone on at Oasis, and I want to say I'm sorry you guys have been through all of that. Some we have control over, a lot we don't. But thank you for stepping up and rallying, and one of you said the kids didn't notice. Thank you for that. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal. Sounds like she's the administrator you want, and so with that, I say welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
You can clap. It's okay. Go ahead. Mrs. Proudfit, go ahead.
Welcome and thank you. I will say I was actually on the phone with Ms. Connolly today. She's a good friend, and I said, man, I just respect the heck out of you that you still wanted to push through after that last vote. And I just appreciate your obvious passion, not just for teaching, but specifically for our district and for Oasis and wanting to take on this job. I wanted to say I'm sorry to the staff that expressed that you have felt unsupported and unheard. That is never something that we want to hear, obviously. As a parent, that breaks my heart. And I'm sure Dr. Summers would echo what I'm saying. If you ever would like us on campus, we're just an email away. I mean, if it were up to us, we would always be on campus disrupting, and that's probably not what's best, but we are always happy to volunteer to do what is ever needed. So just please know that as we close this last chapter and move forward into the future with Ms. Lovelace, that you are obviously very confident in her leadership abilities, and we would like the opportunity to regain your confidence in us as an administrative team helping you to feel supported. So thank you and welcome. Let us know if there's anything we can do.
Yes, congratulations being appointed tonight, and I look forward to seeing what you accomplish at Oasis, and thank you also for what you did this year. I know that it's not easy to go through what you went through, and I'm sorry that you don't feel supported. And please, we would love to come tour. They can send us an email for scheduling so that we can be there to see how we can support you guys. Thank you. Okay, Clerk Toby has one more thing.
I just want to say more administrative than anything else, just so the way you guys have a little bit of an explanation of us growing as a board. Last board meeting, it was also requested that certain resumes be given as attached to recommendations moving forward, and more than 24 hours, because I agree with the speaker who said we should already have these things investigated before we sit up here. I agree with you, and that's why we've leaned on staff and Dr. Summers to provide that information more than 24 hours in advance to us and with the resume, because the district deserves our best attention and we need to have our facts straight. And so thank you for giving us the time to work through that. And moving forward, that's me as the clerk. I'm not going to speak for the whole board, but that's our intention is moving forward is whenever a recommendation gets brought forward, that it will be done more in advance and with a resume, so that way we have all the facts. So thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Toby.
Thank you.
Congratulations tonight.
Thank you.
Moving on to 9.2, consideration of administrative appointment, Chief Personnel Officer. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. I'm pleased to introduce.
Dr. Summers, maybe can we wait for everybody to exit?
That's perfectly fine.
Okay.
I will pause.
Okay.
There's a request to take the back of the room to the front of the room, I believe. Not a formal request, but
All right, Dr. Summers, go ahead.
thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. So before I read this recommendation, I do want to acknowledge, unfortunately, the recommendation that we're bringing forward had a wonderful trip planned this week, and so is not able to join us here this evening. But with that said, I'm going to read what I know was also loaded in the Friday report with the attached resume. So with that in mind, I'm very pleased to introduce and recommend Mrs. Talia Vicentainer for the administrative appointment of Chief Personnel Officer for Peoria Unified School District, pending governing board approval on April 10th. Mrs. Vicentainer brings more than 25 years of extensive and diversified experience in human resources and organizational leadership, significantly contributing to a broad spectrum of industries, including education, healthcare, senior living, hospitality, and legal services. She currently serves as the Vice President of Human Resources at Spectrum Healthcare Group. Her previous senior executive roles include Chief Operating Officer and Chief Human Resources Officer, as well as Vice President of Human Resources and Organizational Development at Sun Health Senior Living. Before joining Sun Health, Mrs. Vicentainer provided leadership as Administrator for Human Resources right here in Peoria Unified School District from 2009 to 2015. A tenure during which she notably strengthened our human resources operations and supported district-wide strategic initiatives. Early in her career, she demonstrated versatility and expertise as an employee relations consultant and as a regional HR manager. A particularly unique asset to Mrs. Vicentainer's leadership capability is her foundational background as an attorney at law specializing in employment law, which provides her with a strong command of employee relations, compliance, and policy development. She is an alumna of Arizona State University, having earned her Bachelor of Science in Management with an emphasis in human resources. She further attained her Juris Doctorate, specializing in employment law from Arizona State University's College of Law, where she was honored with the prestigious Sandra Day O'Connor Award for Excellence in Constitutional Law. Her connection to Peoria Unified began as a student at Foothills Elementary School, and she is a proud graduate of Cactus High School. Beyond her impressive professional credentials, Mrs. Vicentainer has been an engaged community leader and currently serves as an active board member for the Peoria Education Foundation, further evidencing her unwavering dedication to education, community, and our district's enduring success. Mrs. Vicentainer's combination of strategic HR leadership, extensive organizational experience, legal expertise, and genuine commitment to employee growth and community collaboration make her exceptionally qualified for this pivotal role. We are fortunate to welcome back such an esteemed professional and advocate for our district, and I am confident in her experience, leadership qualities, and personal investment into our community to contribute to our ongoing mission in providing an exemplary education and support for both our students and staff, and she will undoubtedly advance our collective goals and vision for excellence. And with that, I stand ready for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Board members, we don't have any public comments tied to this line item, so is there any questions by any board members?
Nope, I'm just excited of this appointment.
All right, so with that, I just need a motion to approve the administrative appointment, Chief Personnel Officer, as presented.
I motion to approve the administrative appointment for this position of principal, sorry, wrong one. Hold on. For the appointment of Chief Personnel Officer as presented.
I will second. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on to number 10, discussion items. 10.1, Southwest Behavioral Health Services Partnership. Good evening, Mr. Nuttall. We also have public comment, but I'll let you go first, so go ahead.
Good evening, President Rooks. While Terry's pulling up the presentation, I just wanted to welcome everybody this evening, Cabinet, Dr. Summers. I'll be presenting some information this evening on Peoria Unified School District's partnership with Southwest Behavioral Health Services. Joining me this evening is Sarah Gerton. She's the Program Director for Southwest Behavioral, as well as Dr. Marshall Walters. I just wanted to provide a little brief background for the governing board and community. So the partnership with Peoria Unified and Southwest Behavioral began back in 2016. Southwest Behavioral is a community-based partner providing mental health services, substance abuse counseling, and parenting skills training. Southwest Behavioral's master-level licensed clinicians provide services that go beyond the scope of what Peoria Unified School mental health professionals can provide. This agreement has been an in-kind agreement between Peoria Unified and Southwest Behavioral, and this simply means that Southwest Behavioral does not pay facility use fees to use the district property in exchange for the services. Currently, Southwest Behavioral provides its services to students and families on the 12 campuses listed in front of you on this slide. From the origination of this agreement, campuses were selected based off of the quantities of referrals to Southwest Behavioral from those particular school sites. So back in 2016 and subsequent from there, when referrals are coming from those particular school sites, at that time the decision was made to have Southwest Behavioral on those particular campuses. And so we currently have those on those 12 campuses. In addition to that, prior administration identified some high need schools as well. So it was a combination of both of those things, referrals coming from back in 2016 and beyond, all the way to present day, in which as we've expanded from our original 4 or 5 schools to the 12 you see now, the same rationale remains in terms of the location selection. So where referrals are coming from is where school has Southwest Behavioral located on the particular campus. I also just wanted to provide a quick snapshot of some data. On the left-hand side of the screen here, you'll see since 2021, this information was provided by Southwest Behavioral. We had 5 campuses and now 12, just to kind of see that escalation over time. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll also note the numbers of referrals back from 2021. I asked Southwest Behavioral to provide some data prior to that. They just didn't have that available, so this is as far back as they were able to provide. Because Southwest Behavioral is located on those aforementioned campuses, they can collaborate with school personnel who assist students and families who are in need of behavioral health services. Additionally, Southwest Behavioral may provide comprehensive screening, intake, and assessment of individual and family needs. Also, regardless of eligibility for access coverage, Southwest Behavioral provides services and will assist families with enrollment and access if needed. If the parent and Southwest Behavioral employee determines and agrees, sometimes in-home services may be provided by Southwest Behavioral's master-level licensed clinicians. Southwest Behavioral, through partnership with Peoria Unified, exists to remove or reduce barriers that may exist for students and families in need of services. A common barrier noted by Southwest Behavioral is family transportation. By providing the school-based services, transportation to and from clinic-based appointments is a reduced barrier for students and families in need of services when they're on the school campus. Information also provided by Southwest Behavioral indicates that school-based services provided typically have a wait time of 5 to 7 days, while outpatient wait times through Southwest Behavior are about 10 to 14 days. Referrals to private practices for services, wait times can be up to 30 days or more. So that's oftentimes a barrier in terms of timeliness of service and access, and so you kind of see that progression there as well. As previously mentioned, Southwest Behavioral can collaborate with school personnel, whether it be during or after services are discontinued. So sometimes services only last a certain time frame, and once they're discontinued, the continuity between the school staff and Southwest behavioral staff can occur. In addition to that, for high needs cases, students and families have access to high needs case managers to ensure timely and proper care for more intensive cases. I'd like to just briefly discuss the referral process currently used for students to access the services of Southwest Behavioral. Administrators, guidance counselors, school nurses, school psychologists, parents, and the students themselves may inquire about additional support. This is typical in schools that do not have a school mental health counselor. If a school does have a school mental health professional, the inquiry process is typically funneled through them. In those cases, they may recommend the need for support that, again, extends beyond their scope. If there's an inquiry or a recommendation, the school mental health professional provides the parent or guardian with the opportunity to receive support through Southwest Behavioral, and upon receipt of the online referral, Southwest Behavioral contacts the parent or guardian to discuss the services and potentially schedule an intake. The intakes are only provided if the parent and guardian agree and they wish to proceed at that point in time. All referrals, regardless of whether services are provided or not, are documented by Southwest Behavioral, and they maintain those documentation. After the intake is complete, the student is able to receive services through Southwest Behavioral, and school personnel begin to schedule services during their business hours of 8 to 4:30, working to ensure that core academic content is not disrupted. Administration has worked with Southwest Behavioral on 2 revised MOUs. One draft MOU has the dates of the agreement from August 1st, 2024 through July 31st, 2026. This was the original agreement that was brought forward back last summer. The other MOU has the dates of the agreement from August 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. The draft MOUs are both currently being reviewed by legal counsel, and based off of the board's direction, can be brought forward for consideration and approval on April 24th. As I noted, Sarah is with us today, Program Director for Southwest Behavioral, and present to answer any questions specific to anything you might have for her. Dr. Walters is also here, and I'll be available for any questions from the district perspective. I know there's public comments, so I'll step away and wait for my turn to come back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Niddle. Yes, so we have 2 public comments. You will have 3 minutes. First one is Marcy Robb.
Good evening. I just wanted to give you a little perspective, again, from a teacher standpoint or being on the high school campus, and what I do know from my 35 years experience being in the school. We haven't had Southwest for that long, but I want you to know that the main goal is keeping kids safe and keeping kids in school. And the big thing about this, I know you guys are very much into having parents in control of what goes on. And the Southwest people don't see the children without having the parent consent. They don't even get the referral for that, from my understanding. And so it's using the parents and the guardians along with the Southwest people, along with guidance counselors, along with teachers if necessary. All of those people are involved in their child family team. If the parent decides that, it's all up to the parent how they want to do that. And I do really like that for several reasons. They try really hard to go and make sure the kids are not taken out of those academic classes. The students and the parents get to choose the times that they can be taken out and what classes are stressful. But remember that this is all about keeping the kids safe and keeping the kids at the school safe as well when those kids are having the issues that they have. There's a lot of parents in our community that know that these are things that we have, that these are programs we have in our school, and I want you to know that some of those parents will make decisions on what district they bring their kids to based on what programs we have for their children. Other districts like Deer Valley, Phoenix Union, Tolleson, Dysart, Cartwright, Alhambra, Paradise Valley, Glendale, they all have Southwest contracts, and I would hate to be one of the schools that doesn't have that or provide it. One of the things that I would like for you to think about also is that our guidance counselors do not provide therapy, so they can do whatever's in their scope. Once they've reached that, they need to refer out, and that's where Southwest comes in, because they can decide whether or not they can provide the things that that child needs, or sometimes they don't accept them and they actually will refer them out as well. So think about having them on school, especially when you're little. You can have that therapist go into their school, into their classroom. You can have them look at what's going on in the playground. And when a kid says, I'm bullied, I don't have friends, I cry all the time, the counselors can do that and watch that. The therapists can do that. And they can provide good data to help get the best plan. So I'm encouraging you to please continue this. It's a wonderful program and provides a lot of opportunities for kids who normally wouldn't get it because their parents are working and they couldn't get to those appointments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Trina Berg.
Good evening, President Proudfit, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet. My name is Trina Berg, and I'm also a teacher in this district, also at Ironwood High School, and I have students who utilize the Southwest Behavioral Services on campus. Even if they are pulled from my class to go see their counselor, it is always a short amount of time. Those students are often, like, you can tell they're good with this. They want to go. This is not something that they're being forced to do. Their parents, for sure, have had to give approval, and I know we are all about parents knowing what's happening at school. Please do not remove this service from us. We need to be able to keep our students going as great as we can keep them at school. And some of our students need services. Please do not take this need away from them. The students that you would be harming the most are the most vulnerable students, the students who really, truly need this service. They've already reached the capacity of what our counselors can do, and they've been referred past that. There's a reason why they've been referred to the Southwest Behavioral Services. I'm asking that we continue this partnership. Please don't be one of the districts on the side of the town that pulls this partnership. We should not see this as we're providing, something that's not academic on our school campuses, because the students who are utilizing this program need this in order to help their academics. We have the ability to help families who need this, who have that transportation issue, who maybe have things after school that they just don't have the time to be able to commit to taking their students to these counseling appointments. And these parents asked for it, signed up for it, and want this for their student. So really at that point, I feel like if we're able to provide this, it doesn't cost us anything. We're meeting the needs of families. This should be a non-discussion item. We should just continue doing what we have been doing. There have been, as far as we know, we haven't heard of any reports of our counselors like pulling kids randomly that parents haven't consented to. I understand the want to talk about this, but this should be a 5-0 decision if this does come back for a vote, so that we just continue providing these services to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Nuttall. Sorry to make you jolt up there. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Actually, Mrs. President Rooks, what I was going to suggest is I believe that this item was requested for discussion by Mrs. Bowles, so I was actually going to go to her first so that we could hear all of the concerns or questions that she had. I'm in full support of this service that we provide, so I'd like to start with Mrs. Bowles, please.
Okay, well, if Ms. Bowles is okay with that.
Sure.
Okay.
My first question is, what is the process in selecting a mental health provider or contracting with them? What process does the district have in place? Did we send out proposals to other mental health services, social services, or did we just pick Southwest Behavioral Health? How did that process, how did this come about?
I mean, Thank you, President Brooks, Mrs. Bowles. I can't speak to how the process originally came about in 2016. I can say that this has just been an ongoing process, an ongoing MOU that's been renewed over time. Are there other organizations that we could also implore to help support that offer similar services? Yes, there are. We have not done so just yet. There's certainly a need, as you've seen some data increase, but we just haven't pursued that at this point in time.
So you're not familiar with the initial proposals that went out?
From
or
back
we
in
just-
2016, no, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so that was my first question, so I guess we'll come back to that at a later date. And then did I hear correctly that they're on our campuses, but and using our facilities, but they're not being charged anything?
That's correct. The terms of the agreement are in kind, which essentially means there is no charge for a facility use rental in exchange for the services. There are several in-kind agreements that we have district-wide. Ms. Myers may be able to speak more clearly to how many of those we might have. This particular agreement is one of those.
I guess this is probably a loaded question around that. What do they give us in kind for free rent? I don't know how else to say it. Or just free facility or having access to students, because there's hundreds of facilities out there, mental health, other competitors, I guess.
Thank you, President Brooks, Mrs. Bowles, members of the governing board. I'll first respond to the question on how did we engage Southwest Behavioral. And my recollection is administration at the time, working with our special education department, identified that group as being a partner for Peoria Unified to support certain needs of our schools and students. And as Mr. Nettle mentioned, there have been several MOUs over the years that the governing board had the opportunity to consider and take action on. So there's a history there. When we speak of an in-kind arrangement to waive a facility rental fee, the board from time to time takes action on those types of requests. Recently, we had a request with a facility rental for the Special Olympics that you approved, where we didn't charge a fee, treated it as a Class 1 rental. This is a similar situation where there's consideration and benefit to the district with the in-kind relationship that it was determined by our legal counsel. The district's exempt purpose, supporting our students, our mission, was being met with the MOU. And so hence that there was consideration in kind compensation instead of paying a monetary fee. You'll also note in district policy, it does state that an in-kind payment is acceptable in lieu of a monetary payment.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I guess my last question is around if we adopt, we have another agenda item tonight, and that is under student health and regulations. If we adopt this policy, how will this keeping Southwest Behavioral Health be affected by that? That might be something we answer later, which we should, but I think we need to keep that in the forefront of our mind moving forward. I'm sorry, I do have one more question. And this might be for, I'm sorry, your name just slipped my mind, our lead.
It's Sarah or Dr. Walters.
Dr. Walters,
okay.
yes. And maybe Sarah, I don't know. So we have 12 campuses, and I heard in the presentation that those campuses who don't have a counselor, a social worker on campus, then we lean more towards Southwest Behavior Health. So so my understanding that in lieu of that, are all 12 of these, we do not have a counselor on site?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, of the 12 campuses that we currently have receiving the support and partnership through Southwest Behavioral, 11 of those 12 do have a school social worker or school mental health counselor. The only school that's noted on there that does not is Oakwood.
Okay, I'd like to see us looking at more than just Southwest Behavioral Health. I think that's a fair Just to give you a little background, and if you don't know, I literally wrote contracts, started 2 social service agencies. I know what is out there. I know that Southwest's been around a long time. I've sat across the table with the owners of Southwest Behavioral Health. If we keep a mental health facility on our campuses, I would like to offer that to more, and if we end up going that route, and that's probably where I will leave that tonight. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, so do you have any questions?
I do. Just on Mrs. Bull's last item, last statement is, I believe I was in a conversation with somebody who works in the district, and we were talking about kind of the history of Southwest Behavioral Health when they came into the district. And there had been at some point discussions to have them on all of our campuses, or as many as possible. And I think at that time, the thought was that we have 40 campuses, that would be a lot of employees. And so there wasn't the, if we went that direction, there wouldn't be just the same thing we would go, conversation we have with SROs is we don't always have the staff to be able to, or you guys might have the staff. So I guess that would be the question. If we were to do an expansion, would your organization be able to help provide individuals in those roles?
Good evening. Thank you for the question. President Rooks, cabinet members, Dr. Summers. In short, yes, we would. So the way that we staff campuses throughout the district is really that we go where there's a need. So if there's, as the slide presented, we started at like 5 campuses, and then other campuses say, hey, you know, we have a need. They can have, usually we ask for 10 to 12 referrals, and if we can have that kind of service on campus, then we can essentially hire or, you know, post that position and say, okay, we've got an open position and I can put somebody in there. So we've, as a program, continued to expand since we took root here.
Can I bring some clarity to that? I'm not looking for expansion. I'm saying there's a lot of competitors out there, and it doesn't sound like we went through looking at other mental health facilities or social service facilities, because that's more what we're speaking to.
President Rooks and Mrs. Bowles, if I may, I just want to be careful that we stay within the bounds of this particular agenda item. So, Mrs. Bowles, I think what you're speaking to may situate better as a future meeting request item. So I just want to make sure we stay in that lane. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, would you like to continue?
I'll wait. I might have another question at the end. I'll let some other folks ask questions.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Yes, good evening. Thank you for that presentation, Sarah, Mr. Nuttall, Dr. Walters. So the slide where it has all the referrals, I think the most recent one showed about 250 for the school year across the 12 campuses. How many of those referrals would you say on average actually turns into a patient, really? I mean, some referrals you probably look at and assess and say, you know, this is not something that we're going to continue with, but how many would you say of those 250 actually turn into patients?
Program-wide, we average about 50 to 60% of the referrals end up in enrollment and receiving services from our clinicians.
Okay.
So whatever 60% of 250 might be.
And so does Southwest Behavioral have exclusivity when it comes to Peoria Unified, or has that never been determined?
President Rooks, members of the governing board, Clerk Toby, no, they do not have exclusive, I don't want to call it rights to Peoria Unified School District. It's just a partnership that we've had. We've visited that conversation with others, and I know Dr. Summers said we'll table that for later if you want documentation about some of the other providers that we have spoken with about partnerships, because we have a very large district and sometimes that's difficult. And even though some other providers have said, yes, we could, when they realize how difficult it is to man a district with 43 schools, you know, it becomes a different conversation, but we've always been open to partnering. And we do have partnerships with other community partners, just not a school-based service like we are providing, or Southwest is providing for us.
Thank you for that. I think Mrs. Bowles touched on discussion of renting, but could you elaborate on what happens during the summertime when school is not in for these kids that are getting services?
During the summer, we tend to move all of those kiddos that are enrolled into a couple of different programs. So if there are students that still have behavioral health needs that they want and or need to be addressed throughout the summer, we might see them virtually. We put together group therapy, and then we also contract with different public spaces where we could meet kiddos and families for sessions or at any of our outpatient sites. So we continue services throughout the summer, just not necessarily on campus.
Okay, thank you. And then from what you're hearing, what your understanding is transportation the largest hurdle that we're talking about when it comes to the benefit of having Southwest Behavioral on campus?
I mean, certainly, and I think the idea that a lot of households have two working parents and getting kiddos picked up from school to an appointment back to school, or even some of those after school or after work appointments that are harder to come by, we get to sort of circumvent all of that to have it on place at school. So there's not a transportation issue. There's not a, working parents that have to take time off or those kinds of barriers that you would have in a traditional outpatient setting.
And then do you provide guidance for the social workers that are on campus as to when is the best time to pull a student to provide services?
Do we provide guidance to our clinicians or to the school social workers?
Both.
Not to the school social workers, no. Typically, what we aim to do as a program, as mentioned before, is not pull from core classes when we can, and really have it be sort of a collaborative process to determine that, maybe Johnny really loves his art class and he doesn't want to miss art. We want to, be mindful of that when we can, and not pulling from those core classes. So it's a collaboration and a sort of case-by-case basis to determine what would be the least interruptive, class for them to be taken out of. Sometimes they do lunch, sometimes they do recess. It really just kind of depends on the kiddo and what's going to be in their best interest.
And then just using some of this data here, 250 referrals, maybe half or 60% become patients. So, that's about 20 referrals per campus over the school year, maybe 10 to 12 become actual clients, right? Would it be a ridiculous idea to meet with those kids still on campus, but after school hours?
Not ridiculous. Most of the clinicians in the program usually split their time between two campuses. And so their caseloads run anywhere from about 20 to 30 kids. And the after school hours, they do see some kids in the after school hours, but we would run out of after school hours pretty quickly if they've got, a caseload of 30 kids with roughly 45 minutes to 50 minutes per child. The hours of 2 to 5 would fill up really quickly.
And I think, so for those that, we were talking about wait time as Mr. Nuttall. Why would it be a different set of wait times to get a student seen by Southwest Behavioral, whether they're on campus or not? I would think that the intake process is the same. It's just the location is different. Is that right?
Yes, the intake process is the same. At this point, we have more clinicians, I think, per client. The school-based program tends to be somewhat of an anomaly in terms of clinician caseloads and availability. And we like to keep them a little bit lower than you might see in an outpatient setting because the school and the school day can change really quickly. If a kiddo's absent or there's testing or there's a fire drill or so we try to leave a little flexibility in their scheduling, which just allows for more openings and more availability to see kids. So they don't have, an outpatient site might have a caseload of 60 or 70 kids, whereas the school-based site, we keep them probably about half that.
Okay. And then one question popped in my mind here on this other slide. I believe it's slide 5. So it says provide services for students and families who are either eligible or ineligible for access coverage. What happens to those students that don't have access or they're ineligible? How does Southwest get reimbursed or get paid, essentially?
Well, a number of different ways. We historically usually have a grant or 2 or 3 that we can utilize if the client or the family, qualifies. We also offer self-pay with like a sliding scale option too, that is determined upon by family's income. So in my 10 or 12 years with the agency, there's been a handful of different grants that we can use, and then the self-pay option is always available too.
Okay. I believe that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you, President Rooks.
Ms. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
I really only have one. Back on the slide where we were talking about referrals, and you said they didn't have information before essentially 2021. Is that, why don't we have information? Like what happened to 16? I just want to make sure that we're keeping the right records. And
We changed the way that we track the data. We have the data. It would just be difficult to pull from what campus each kiddo came from. In 2020, we started basically, instead of tracking kids by program, we started adding the campuses that they're at so that we can easily pull data per campus. The data exists. It would take us probably a little while to kind of sift through it all.
right, so essentially we have the data. That was my question.
Yeah.
Is great. Just making sure that we're tracking that. I know I've brought this up a number of times, but for anyone who might be listening online or in the room, if you've never tried to get mental health services for your student, your child, wait lists of 6 months is not uncommon for even just general diagnosing. We've had that experience as parents. And I remember Mrs. Bowles saying, no, Southwest Behavioral is 5 to 7 days. I understand why I didn't know that, because Southwest Behavioral is not on my child's campus. So I was one of the parents having to spend a lot of money and wait a very, very long time to get my child the help that he needed. So I'm grateful to see that the turnaround time is very, very short, and also that people that can take advantage of access, that we're helping them to gain access to the services that are available to them. And again, this all goes back to students being ready to learn and being ready to take advantage of all the wonderful things within the district. So thank you for your work. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Can I clarify something?
Yes, and then I'll finish last.
To speak to what Ms. Prava was talking about, in that conversation, we were talking about suicide ideology. If we're waiting 2 days to get kids help, we all know there's impact. We all know there's places out there. So they're totally different things of my child may need, on an IEP that may need some extra helps, to what we were speaking to then was suicidal ideology. So I just want to clarify that. And it wasn't the fact that we had Southwest Behavioral Health on campuses. It was that when a child is in danger to himself or danger to others, we have equipped social services, hospitals that will come pick up the child. And so I just want to clarify the difference between the two. And hopefully I did.
No, I thank you for that. And the thing that keeps coming to my mind too, when we have students, for whatever reason, IEP, mental health issues, things happening at home, whatever's going on, obviously it's not just that student that can't dial into the academics, but really that student, that energy, the amount of time the teacher needs to spend on that one student also affects the other students in the classroom, and ensuring that everyone has equal access to the academic services that every child deserves.
And if I may, to Member Bowles, to your point about, sort of the differences between really what we would consider crisis, a student that was in danger versus a typical 5 to 7 day enrollment. Southwest Behavioral also, a portion of our referrals come from post-hospitalization, right? Because once a kiddo has gone through that crisis intervention and has been hospitalized, then it's best practice, obviously, to then have supports for that kiddo post-hospitalization. And that's a big part of what we do too, and kind of walk families through what that looks like, and then making sure that the kiddo's got some really structured, stable supports in place.
May I add to that? Because I want to make sure we're clear that we are trained, our social workers, mental health counselors, our guidance counselors, our nurses, our school psychs, and our behavior interventionists are trained to respond to crisis immediately in this district. And so there is never a wait time for that outside of having crisis team come to our school if that's what's necessary.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I was just going to make just a comment of understanding the need, but my thinking process is that when I hear that it's difficult for a parent to pick up the child from school, to go to an appointment, and then bring them back, and that's why we need to bring this on. So then my question is that the direction that school districts are going to head towards is other appointments for other services, right? Like, so if a parent doesn't have time to pick up their kid from school for a pediatrician, for a sick visit, for a well check, is that something that the school district should take on as well? Because that's also another thing. There are still working parents that have to pick up their kid from school because they need to be seen for a sick visit, or they need a well check, or they need to be seen for other medical reasons. And so when I just hear that, that's just where I'm trying to explain, like, I feel like that is the direction that we're kind of opening the door to, is turning the school districts into, because parents can't pick up kids for appointments, we're then going to take on any and all medical appointments, whether it's mental health or other items. That's just what I kind of hear. And I'm more of the focus of they're here for learning. They're here for learning. And taking that learning time away, it just, I don't know. I have a hard time with that. It's like, if we're going to do this, then let's open the door for all medical services on campus. Let's bring on a pediatrician. Let's bring on gynecologists for kids. I mean, it's like, where do we kind of like draw the line of, hey, we have to start taking on the academic side, and we have to let the parents, it's not being mean. I understand it. I'm a parent myself, but it's like, how much more are we going to take on as a school district?
I think that's why policy, that JLC that Mr. Toby brought forward, is really an important piece of this, which it's great it's happening, that we're discussing both at the same time.
Right, but it falls under this. I feel like this Southwest Behavioral Health, it falls under I feel like it falls under that, in my opinion. So,
President Brooks, I have one more question for
Yes.
Southwest. So are there any contracts, it sounds like you're in a lot of campuses, a lot of districts, where Southwest actually pays for space and not in kind?
Not in my program, no.
Okay. Would Southwest be opposed to paying if it came to that for space?
I couldn't answer that. There would probably be a lot of factors that we would take a look at. I mean, I don't know that anything's off the table, but I couldn't answer that.
Right, and the reason why I'm asking that is because if Southwest doesn't have exclusivity, right, if that's not written into the contract, and we have ABC Health Company that wants to come in too, and provide services at other campuses, there's only so much in kind that can go around, right? So like, I'm just thinking ahead of what Southwest would be open to if it came to something like that. So, thank you.
President Rooks, I do have a few questions now.
Yes,
Just
go ahead.
3. So I will keep myself brief. Thank you. In the contract, this may be a question for either Mr. Nuttall or Ms. Myers or Dr. Summers. I believe it had said, and in their presentation, you showed that the individuals are licensed mental health counselors or social workers. And in the contract, which isn't attached tonight, but it was provided before, it said that they were at least at least master's levels counselors. So I just wanted to make note, based upon a previous policy that we had changed, that in any contract going forward, if we can just make sure that language is consistent with our new policy that requires that social workers be licensed. So I just was curious if the contract says at least still.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, we'll have to review that. There's still time to make that change and addition into the specific language of the MOU prior to bringing it forward for approval.
And then the second question I had is, Sarah, I didn't catch your last name, but if it's okay, I'd call you Sarah. You mentioned that there's sometimes for some families who don't qualify for access, that there's grants that you can provide to help those families. Are those grants specific for specific to you providing services on school campuses versus grants that you might have available for families in your offices?
Thank you for the question. I guess it would depend on the grant. The ones that we have in place right now are not exclusive to school or not to school. It would be to any child under the age of 18.
Okay, great, thank you. And then lastly, this is Dr. Walters or Mr. Nuttall, you can answer this. As far as our threat assessment teams that we have on our campuses for those times of crisis, are the Southwest individuals part of that team?
President Rooks, members of the governing board, Mrs. Ewing, no, they are not a part of that team. We have a district level team that is comprised of 8 members that respond to our threat assessments on those campuses. And what will happen from that, depending on the recommendations that we put forth, it may be to a community partner, and we may offer that to the parent as something that they could tap into as a resource. And then that same type of referral process would happen with the approval of the parent.
Okay, and I lied, I have one more question. Southwest Behavioral Health, do you guys have, Sarah, do you guys have any interaction and work collaboratively with our SROs that are on campus, on the campuses? Because I believe on all of these campuses, we have either an SRO or an SLO, with the exception of Pioneer, who has one between like 10 schools. So do you guys do any sort of collaboration with them?
We can, and we have in the past. Again, it would depend on each kiddo's individual, need, but we could, so long as we had guardian permission, release of information, sorts of documentation stating that the parents give us permission to collaborate in that way.
Okay, great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. So if no board members have any questions or comments, thank you for presenting. I appreciate
Board members, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to number 11, address consent agenda. 11.1, address consent agenda, consider approval or recommend changes. Does anybody have any changes they want to recommend? No? All right, so I will motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I will second.
I beat you there. I was like, let's just get this going. So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Profit. Board members may cast your vote. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you. Moving on now to 14, closing action items. 14.1, second read of policy JLC, student health services and requirements. Let's see here, and we do have public comment tied to this line item, so I will go ahead with that first. You have 3 minutes. Marcy, Rob.
I just need about 30 seconds, and that is, I just wanted to thank the board for taking into consideration the public comments from last week to make the changes in the verbiage, to make sure that we don't impact any of those school programs that we already have in place, and I really appreciate that, and I know other teachers and community members have seen it and mentioned that as well, so it's nice to see that it's not the board against the people. You know, it seems like sometimes it feels like it's the district against the teachers, and I just feel like this is a really good thing, and I really appreciate that. So I just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the public comment we had tied into this line item. So, Clerk Toby, would you like to
Were you about to say
add-
Dr. Toby?
No, I was going to say doctor. I was looking at Dr. Summers, but then it was you.
I'll
No.
take it.
No, it's Clerk Toby. Don't get ahead of yourself. All right.
All right. So with this policy, I do want to make one note that it reads very much the same as what the first read was. District does not permit the use or housing of school-based health centers on any district property. First bullet point reads that the term school-based health center means providing comprehensive primary or secondary levels of care to students during school hours above and beyond the duties of a school nurse. The second bullet says including physical and mental care. I believe that we talked about leaving the mental care off right now so we could better understand the role of Southwest Behavioral, that we were just talking about the physical aspect, Dr. Summers.
President Ricks, Mr. Toby, I might be mistaken because and maybe that distinction is something that we can clarify through the discussion, but I remember us talking about that, and I think what we had presented here was the draft or the redraft for your consideration. So it's up to you guys. If you want to keep that, we can keep it. Otherwise, we can certainly take it off.
All right, thank you. The third bullet point discusses specifically that this policy does not prohibit the temporary private rental use of a medical or health clinic. And the last bullet point, which was based on public comment and community input, that the district approved programs and courses of study, including but not limited to career and technical programs, are not considered school-based health centers. And I think it's an important distinction to make about that definition. So I like the way it reads. My only recommendation as the clerk would be to leave mental care off for right now for the time being until we can settle other matters that we're talking about.
Okay, Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I definitely agree with Clerk Toby on that item, and I appreciate that we found new language to be able to make sure that we can continue on with our great CTE programs that continue to provide those services, and those students can get the training that they need. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I think this is a very well-written and thought-through policy, and I hope we can pass it soon.
Okay. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
No, I was just going to bring up what Clerk Toby brought up about there probably needing to be another conversation with Ms. Siegel, just making sure we're not creating policy that then overrides existing programs that we have, so leaving off the mental care, and then figuring out a way to add that language, I guess, back in, or create a second policy or a policy A and B having to do with this. But that was my only request. So if we take off, because what I was thinking is if we're not ready to do this, we could table it until we have that, or we could take off the mental care, which would cover us, and then I guess add in a second addendum to this.
Or we just have a future discussion item around it.
I would suggest maybe like we could, what you mentioned, take off the mental health or the mental care, and then when you ever want to revise a policy, you can bring it back and add, revise, block out.
Right, we can always
change.
revisit.
Yeah.
I totally agree, President Rooks. And also, based on the definition of school-based health centers, I would almost recommend just deleting the second bullet point, because I believe the definition encompasses what we intend it to encompass. And then we can always revisit that second bullet point at a later date.
Okay. Here. All right. Well, if nobody has any other questions or comments, I do need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve policy JLC, school-based health centers, minus the second bullet, which reads including physical and mental care.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit.
At this point, are we adopting this policy then, or we're just approving it?
Yep,
I just want to make that
yeah.
clear. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
President Rooks, could you please repeat who the second was made by?
Yes, Mrs. Proudfit.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Clerk Toby, for bringing forward that policy.
My pleasure.
Moving on now to 14.2, approval of rehire list for the issuance of letters of reasonable assurance for classified employees for the 2025-2026 school year. Ms. Vesely, welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, governing board members. This evening, we're bringing forth the rehire list for both our classified hourly staff and our classified exempt staff. We hope with your vote tonight that we will be able to publish those letters of reasonable assurance tomorrow morning. And we'll look forward for all of our employees to accept those electronically by April 29th. So attached, you have both the list of the classified hourly and classified exempt employees. And at this time, I ask for your consideration and vote to allow us to move forward with those LORAs tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Vesely. We have no public comment tied to this line item. So board members, does anybody have any questions? All right, with that, I'll motion to approve the rehire list and authorize the issuance of letters of reasonable assurance for the 2025-2026 school year.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Clerk Toby. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Vesely. Moving on to 14.3, new course proposal, 2025-2026 school year, pre-advanced placement algebra 1. Welcome, Dr. Hernandez. It's been a while since we get to see you present.
It
so
has
welcome.
been a minute, and you'll notice I'm not wearing a lapel mic, so no work coming from you tonight.
Yay.
So good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. This evening, on behalf of Academic Services and the Learning and Teaching team, I am pleased to bring forward for your consideration new courses to be implemented across the next school year. Before we get started, I want to cover a few logistics. So first, yes, it is a little atypical to be bringing courses forward at this time when there are 111 days until we start the next school year. However, sorry. As our organization becomes more responsive to our STAR achievement data and the requests and the feedback of our students, along with ensuring we stay competitive in the opportunities we provide our students, something we have to be willing to do is to consider breaking the frame of how things have always been done. So this evening, we have 3 course requests for consideration. As all 3 of them are unique, but yet connected by purpose and intent, I'm going to cover the background information on the first one, and then for each subsequent item after that, I'll speak only to that specific course. So as we begin, let's situate ourselves in our strategic plan with a success perspective. And with that, our current focus is on what and how we support learning and teaching. Specific to this evening, the courses brought forward for your consideration are categorized as advanced coursework designed to offer our students who select a more rigorous pathway in their academics to deep dive into subjects they are passionate about and subjects where they have interest, along with earning college credit that saves them time, money, and tuition, and to get a jump start on college and career success. Advanced level coursework prepares our students to have essential skills and enhances their college readiness and opens doors to prestigious universities and lucrative career paths. Our students who have taken AP courses during this current school year are now preparing to take their AP exams in early May. If you'll recall last year's assessment results, we saw an impressive 6-point gain in the percentage of students passing AP exams. And what this means is our outstanding educators, K-12, are providing high-quality, rigorous instruction that our students are feeling prepared and confident to demonstrate what they know and are able to do successfully in that AP exam setting. Per policy IGDR, course descriptions are to be presented to the governing board for final consideration, so here we are. So for each of our courses, I'll provide you with first that course description. Then we'll situate the proposed course within the possible courses that are opened up to our students by completing the course. Then we'll situate within the career and post-secondary pathway options that students would have. We'll talk about standards and course competencies, and we'll complete the circle with talking about the curriculum or the content that will be used to support each of these proposed courses. So we'll begin with pre-AP Algebra 1. Currently, our district offers pre-AP English, so to bring on pre-AP Algebra 1 brings mathematics offerings in alignment with what we currently offer for English offerings. As neighboring districts currently offer this course, adding it in Peoria Unified allows us to remain competitive with what we offer and how we prepare students. Pre-AP Algebra 1 supports building critical skills for college and career success, such as using quantitative data to solve real-world problems. The course description for your consideration this evening is found here. Currently, there are 350 students enrolled in our AP Math courses. We anticipate that adding pre-AP Algebra 1 across our 7 comprehensive high schools would allow us to have the potential to positively impact up to 500 students per year with this opportunity. This course is largely geared toward freshmen in high school and will be added in addition to our traditionally offered Algebra 1 block course, in addition to our traditionally offered year-long algebra course. It is important to note the content in AP courses is nearly the same, but what's different is the complexity of the thinking and the level of rigor of which students are asked to engage within the content. Now I'm going to pause and ask all of the math teachers who are listening to plug their ears for a second. Mr. Gahan, I'm talking to you. I want to provide you an example when I say the content is the same, but the expectations are different. We're going to start with 2 plus 2 is 4. So in your basic Algebra 1 course, 2 plus 2 is 4. We're asking students to know what 2 plus 2 is. When we add on depth and complexity, what we're really asking for is, can you tell me why 2 plus 2 equals 4? And can you create a conceptual drawing of why 2 plus 2 is 4, and why is it 2 plus 2, and why is it 4? And then can you apply that conceptual knowledge to maybe a different set of numbers? Okay, math teachers, you can listen again. That is not algebra content, but is what I can understand. I was an English teacher and proud of it. Pre-AP Algebra 1 increases student success in their academic journey by focusing on high-quality, grade-level appropriate assignments, strong instruction, deep engagement, all coupled with very high expectations. Students who are successful with pre-AP Algebra 1 can go on confidently engage with numerous advanced placement courses such as pre-calculus, Calc 1, Calc 2, and statistics, along with our dual enrollment allowed computer science principles course. With a strong start to mathematics, our students open doors to at least 83 majors and 151 careers. In these careers, actual positions include such things as electric engineers, civil engineers, chemical engineers, cybersecurity analysts, financial planners, and even, and most importantly, math teachers. As standards determine what is taught, it is critical to ensure that our Arizona math standards are tightly aligned to the pre-AP Algebra 1 and the College Board course framework, noting a very strong alignment to the key priority Arizona standards for Algebra 1. And finally, because the content of Algebra 1 and Algebra 1 pre-AP is nearly the same, the existing board-adopted and approved textbook will serve as the curriculum. While we anticipate Centennial High School, our AP capstone school, to begin offering pre-AP Algebra 1 in the fall of 2025, we expect a staggered implementation from the rest of our high schools through the spring of 2026 and the fall of 2026. And at this time, before I move on to my next course, I would like to thank Principal Hollabaugh for being here, Mr. Gahan for being here, and the math team who's here to support this recommendation as it originated at the school. And I'm available for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, and thank you guys for being here tonight with her to present. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions for Dr. Hernandez?
Well, first of all, I've been to the classrooms over there at Centennial, so it's been great to see your kids in action. But I'm really excited about that we get to offer this. I loved what you said about making sure our kids are college readiness, and then also that they're ready for those lucrative careers. And I especially love that breaking out of the mold and doing something different and leaning into it. This really offers us to be competitive with our other districts around us. So that was going to be one of my questions, is how many other districts are offering this. So I'm excited. I don't really have any questions. It sounds like it's going to be in 2026. The idea is for it to be at all of our schools, all of our high schools, I should say, and that, and then I'm assuming we would be ramping up as far as hiring for those specific classes as well at that time. So no real questions. I'm excited, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I do. As an English teacher, I'm surprised you didn't pull George Orwell in and say why 2 + 2 does not equal 5. But okay, that's totally good.
President Brooks, Mr. Toby, I know my place.
Question: 8th grade gifted math, right? Are they going to be open and accessible to something like this? Should they be at that level?
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, so let me first clarify that there are students who are gifted quantitatively, and how we support them. We don't have a course that's actually gifted math. However, we do have courses where the teachers provide that enrichment and support specific to those gifted skills students have. I would expect that students with a quantitative gift in math would be on this particular track with the advanced knowledge of their math skills and their ability to engage at this deeper level right out of the gates.
Very good. And then, I don't know if you mentioned or not, is this going to crop for any like honors point for our students?
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, I will mention that a little bit later in one of the other items, but yes, for our students who are on that rigorous academic pathway, advanced placement courses are weighted heavily in their GPA, and so from a cumulative weighted GPA perspective, our students on that pathway seek out these types of courses in order to continue down that specific academic journey.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
First of all, thank you for presenting, and my children both took AP classes. They're not for everyone, that's for sure, and especially in the weighted, you have to really think that through. Am I going to get more scholarships if I don't take some of them? But with that said, I guess I really appreciate that our district offers these classes. It does prepare kids for college. With the gaps that we see in learning, I don't really know how to ask this question. I saw an article come out a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, one of our most prestigious colleges saying they're seeing kids enter at entry-level math. With the gaps between them and us, do we foresee how we're going to close that for our students? Like, you know, that they're not going to go in with knowledge for a junior in college and they're starting at a freshman level. Does that make sense?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, so as you've stated, we have seen gaps. So in our field of education, it is not uncommon to see predictable gaps in the difference between a fraction and a decimal. We can typically expect that if there's going to be a gap, it might be in that particular skill. However, post-COVID, we are seeing greater number of gaps, and some of those predictable gaps in even a greater space. So what we've been working on hard in the last 3 years that I've been here in the district is ensuring that we have great tools like our Star Renaissance tool to be able to identify where are those skill gaps so that we can shore them up. So if you think about a standard in the math content area as a Rolodex, each of the files on that Rolodex is a skill a student needs to be able to demonstrate mastery of that particular standard. Our tools indicate to us, along with our Envision curriculum that we have and our Success Maker tools, it tells our teachers which of those skills is getting in the way of achieving standards mastery so that we can close those gaps as quickly as possible and have our students demonstrate success in their math classes as they go on.
And I would applaud you greatly for that, because I know, especially in math, if they lose a step, so to speak, it's with them forever. So I appreciate that, and I just want to say again, to me as a parent and now grandparent, this is a big deal for our district to continue in the AP pathways. I actually was in a ADE training someday this week, I can't remember which day, and I had a parent in that training that was on a school board that said, you know, we don't have any AP classes in our district. So, and I was actually shocked because it's a larger district. But so thank you for all you're doing. And yeah, it does sound like STARS is going to give us some of those missing gaps, and the students can benefit from. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
Very excited for this. I think it's very exciting to have more AP options offered to freshmen. My only question, and I guess request, would be, well, let me say it this way. I think AP classes really help to challenge our gifted students, but I also think they are a very strong tool in being able to help average learners self-identify as exceptional. And I would probably have fallen in that category where I just decided I was an AP student and like bullied my way through it and got like just a bull in China shop through it in high school. So I guess my question would be or my request I guess would be, is that we are ensuring that through our guidance counselors, through our math teachers, that we are looking for not just the students who are obviously identifying as gifted, but students who might be able to rise to the occasion, and being able to communicate that. I know particularly as a mother of boys, my daughters are like me. They'll just bull and China shop their way through, but the boys probably would have needed someone to really guide them to that process and tell them, no, this is a challenge you can take on. And so I don't know the best way to do that, but just ensuring that we don't lose sight of that, because those students really need an adult that's not their parent to be pushing them in order to be reaching their full potential. And we have such exceptional opportunities for kids to thrive that I just want to see more kids take advantage of.
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, to your first question, in working with Mr. Halaba and continue to expand, they are our AP capstone school. The whole notion behind pre-AP is to build that confidence that, yes, as a student, I too can be successful in this type of class. And so that's that first step in bringing these types of courses and ensuring that we turn no student away who wants this opportunity to try. Now, to respond to your other piece about how do we know which students and encouraging all students, I happen to know one of the teachers at Centennial High School will look and see where the students are enrolled and go and find them if they are not in the math class that suits their ability, and will ensure that those parent communications about what your child is truly capable of and the missed opportunity to have this child and not in this particular course, and often we see those students gravitating back to being in those math classes.
Well, as I think I can speak for all the parents in the district, thank you for forcing the kids to rise to their potential, because it sure is helpful when it's coming from people other than just mom and dad.
I don't have any questions, but thank you for the presentation, Dr. Hernandez, and to your team for putting this work together, and everybody being here tonight to support this for the school. So with that, I'm going to just motion to approve the pre-advanced placement Algebra 1 course as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Clerk Toby. Board members may cast their vote. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Congratulations, Dr. Hernandez and team. Moving on to 14.4, new course proposal 2025-2026 school year, pre-advanced placement geometry with statistics. Dr. Hernandez.
And so now we'll transition into pre-AP geometry with statistics, noting the similarities in the rationale behind pre-AP Algebra 1 and remaining competitive in offerings, what we have for our students, as well as how we are preparing them, and supporting students specifically to develop critical skills that support interpreting data and supporting claims with evidence in addition to using quantitative data to solve those real-world problems. The course description for your consideration this evening is here. Also similar to pre-AP Algebra 1, approximately 500 students have the potential to benefit from this opportunity and to establish that solid advanced math foundation. This course is primarily geared toward our sophomores in high school, and traditional geometry in block and traditional geometry in year-long remain as options for students where they are in their specific academic journey. Students successful in pre-AP geometry and statistics go on to see success in such courses with the advanced placement label of pre-calculus, Calc 1, Calc 2, and statistics, along with that dual enrollment computer science course. In addition to the potential majors and career options, positions such as aerospace engineer, urban planner, investment banker, statistician or physicist, industrial designer, and my favorites, math teachers, are those who would benefit from these 83 majors and 150 career options that support from that math background and foundation. Similar also to our Algebra 1, we have a tight alignment between Arizona math standards and the College Board course framework. And also, like Algebra, the existing governing board adopted and approved textbook will be utilized. And Centennial High School, as our AP capstone school, will be first in line to have this particular class implemented, as well as our other high schools coming down the line in the following 2 semesters. And I'm available for any questions about pre-advanced placement, geometry with statistics.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. We have no public comment tied to this line item. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I do. So with both of the math classes, and when I look at the careers, I see that we have so many of those CTE programs. I think of the MET and so forth. And so I'm just wondering, with these additional classes, does that help to give some of our students graduating like actual degrees or certifications?
President Profit, Mrs. Ewing, what this does is establish a very solid foundation in advanced math, and in having that solid foundation in advanced math allows you to move further through the math sequence of courses we offer, which allows that greater accessibility into those STEM type courses that are connected into CTE and MET.
And would it potentially, kids could qualify for more scholarships?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, great, looking forward to it.
Great. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions? No? Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I just have to make a comment that my statistic teacher in college actually had children at Cactus High School. And my God, if you've ever had to take statistics in college, he was amazing, made it interesting. But kudos to these kids that want to do this because, yeah, while I like to read the data, I don't like to always put it all together.
Mrs. Bowles, I'm with you on that. I dodged stats all the way through multiple degrees and cried every day when I took doctoral level stats and my children saw me.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions or comments?
Nope, just cannot believe students want to take AP Stats or AP Calc 2. If I'm being honest, I didn't make it past AP Calc, and seriously impressive that students are willing to take it on because it is a beast. So yeah, excited to have all these offerings.
I will definitely agree with that. So with that, I'm going to motion to approve the pre-advanced placement geometry with statistics course as presented.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you. Moving on to the 14.5 new course proposal, 2025-2026 school year, advanced placement psychology. Dr. Hernandez.
We will now transition to our third and final course for this evening. As I shared earlier, it's critical that we as a district stay competitive in what we offer in support of our students' passions and their areas of interest, along with preparing them to be competitive in college and career options. Currently, we only offer 4 elective options under the umbrella of humanities. This excludes our core courses such as history, government, and economics. Our Dysart and Deer Valley neighbors, among 5 other larger districts, already offer AP psychology in addition to such courses as anthropology and archaeology within that humanities umbrella. The course description for your consideration this evening is available here. AP Psychology will be offered as an advanced upper division course appropriate for high school juniors and seniors. As I shared in the background information, as our organization has become more agile in responsiveness, we must be responsive to our students' voice. Students across our high schools, as required by Arizona law, complete their initial educational career plan, or ECAP we call them, as freshmen and updated at least annually, again by law. To date, Peoria Unified students have suggested interest in 337 different jobs within their career plans. And psychology is currently the 3rd highest, only preceded by nursing and medicine. Additionally, students who have selected a rigorous advanced course of study seek out dual enrollment in AP courses as options that will impact them to have that weighted GPA. And currently, there aren't any other AP offerings in humanities in Peoria Unified outside of select world language courses. Students with an interest in AP psychology will be well supported to engage in other related coursework within our district. These courses include advanced placement and or dual enrollment biology, advanced placement and dual enrollment statistics, dual enrollment in human physiology, advanced placement or dual enrollment English language and composition, criminal justice, dual enrollment law enforcement 1 and 2, dual enrollment options into intro to healthcare careers. Students pursuing psychology-related college and career options find themselves well suited to pursue up to 60 different majors and 136 different careers. These pathways include positions such as an occupational therapist, human resource professionals, market researchers, forensic psychologists, criminal profilers, research analysts, organizational consultants, and of course, school counselors and special education teachers. As a humanities elective, AP Psychology is aligned with priority Arizona history and social studies standards, seen here as aligned to the College Board science practices and skills. Unlike our previous 2 proposals this evening, there is not currently a board-approved textbook. However, if the course is approved this evening, the textbook selection committee is prepared to submit a recommended textbook to the superintendent to be put forward for governing board consideration as part of the history and social science adoption. Available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I just comment, I'm happy you're bringing forward humanities. My degree was in psychology, so I'm really happy that we have this. And then certainly we have a lot of programs that can help students get to that med school. And so this is would be one of those classes that I think those students would want to. So I look forward to bringing more classes forward. My daughter was very interested in the humanities as well, so I'm excited to see more options there. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm glad that this is being brought forward. My daughter was actually looking for this class when she was in high school. She's at ASU pursuing psychology for first responder and military trauma. So like this would have been perfect, right? So thank you for this.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I too want to say thank you. I wished I had this when my kids were pursued this field. This is definitely my lane, and I will say, in addition to this course, I've heard it said that psychology and a teaching certificate can take you a long way in a lot of different paths. So that's a really excellent addition to our AP classes. So thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions or comments?
So do we not currently have an adopted curriculum for psychology in the district?
Mrs. Rooks, President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit. So currently we offer an introductory 9-week course for sociology, psychology, as well as advanced psychology. So we have course content for those specific courses.
And
this
it just
is specific
won't work.
to. So for those courses, it does work, but this is an opportunity for that advanced placement opportunity for students who want to go into that higher level critical thinking in AP psychology.
That's what I was like. My son took psychology at Liberty. Like my son too he's going into psychology. He's majoring in psychology when he heads to college next year. So yeah, same thing. He would have loved this class. So I'm really excited that that we're offering it. And also I'm going to tell him to get his teaching certificate so we can come back and teach AP psychology in Peoria District.
All right. I don't have any questions, Dr. Hernandez. Just thank you for putting up all 3 of these tonight and the work that you put into it with your team. You do a great job with that. So with that, I will motion to approve the new advanced placement psychology course as presented.
And I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you. Moving on to 14.6, consideration and approval of cooperative purchasing agreement renewals for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. Hello, Mrs. Myers. We also, after you speak, we have public comment on this one.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet and Community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information this evening on school district procurement and cooperative contracts. Terry is going to actually open the report in just a moment, and we are looking at the continuation and renewal of population of cooperative contracts for fiscal year 2025, and I've shared before that Arizona revised statute requires school districts to follow procurement practices adopted by the State Board of Education. In addition, district policy and the Arizona Administrative Code also provide requirements related to district procurement. And in fact, last year on February 22nd, 2024, administration provided a detailed presentation and information to the governing board on related procurement requirements. And I've shared that administration periodically brings cooperative contracts forward for renewal and continuation, and you see that at just about every board meeting. Membership in cooperatives assists the district in obtaining lower contract pricing through volume bidding in an effort to obtain maximum service and quality of commodities as provided by the contracted vendors. The district participates in a number of cooperatives, Mojave, 1GPA, SAVE as an example, the Arizona State Procurement Office. Participation in each cooperative membership group has previously been approved by the governing board, and then subsequently the district and administration brings forward particular contracts within that cooperative for approval. Procurement thresholds are determined by calculating the entire district's total expenditure with either a given vendor or a given commodity in the fiscal year. And a commodity is a type of purchase that's being made. And here on this particular report, we're referring to instructional resources. And within that, there are groupings or commodities. An example of a commodity is a good or service of a similar nature. Examples include instructional aids, office supplies, custodial services, etc. In lieu of obtaining quotes or issuing a district solicitation, state statute and the procurement rules allow Peoria Unified to participate in the cooperative contracts. And these contracts, again, offer discounted pricing and award multiple vendors to provide the best availability for the district to meet our needs for goods and services. And again, it can also help the district streamline our processes. You'll note something a little different with tonight's report. We've added an additional column, an expense type column for the cooperative contract renewal report that's attached to this agenda item this evening. And you'll see those descriptors, and I'll provide some examples. For example, a CTE class supply can be for CTE medical program instruction to support a student learning how to give a shot, or IV. There's actually an artificial arm that can be purchased. A student in the CTE culinary program needs cooking supplies. So again, we're making purchases, that type of an item. Art supplies can include paper, pens, and projectors. Instructional supplies can include craft materials for Kids Zone program activities. So you're kind of seeing the flavor of what we're purchasing under these contracts. School nurse and health supplies can include the purchase of defibrillators or audiometers and related supplies for the nurse's office. CTE engineering supplies can include balsa wood and parts for students to design and build rockets. So those are some examples. And Peoria Unified's governing board annually approves the district's use of cooperative contracts that are utilized by the district. The request for approval of the contracts and awarded vendors tonight is a procurement activity for a district, and it's a regular course of business each year. In addition, the award of a solicitation or cooperative contract award does not immediately provide teachers or staff access to all of the items that that vendor provides. A district purchase order must be in place. It must be issued after a multiple stakeholder review from the school level all the way through the district office to the procurement department, and there's an evaluation of not only the funding source but the product and services that are being requested prior to issuing that purchase order and actually making a purchase. So tonight, administration is asking the governing board to consider for approval and ratification the cooperative purchasing agreements and contract renewals for fiscal year 2025 as presented in this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. So I said we did have one public comment tied to this line item. You will have 3 minutes. The Reverend Elizabeth Gallen.
Good evening, President Rooks, Governing Board, Cabinet, and Dr. Summers. My name is Reverend Elizabeth Gallen, and I am a former student in the Peoria Unified School District, as well as a parent of 2 children in our school district. And I am here to express my disfavor with the discontinuation of the purchase agreement with Learning A to Z. This is used in classrooms as well as access to the in-home program, Raz Kids. My daughter made regular use of Raz Kids this academic year, and when she learned of the board's recent decision to eliminate this program, she was discouraged, distressed, and deeply saddened. I understand you have a hard job, and recent executive orders are changing your work rapidly. Regardless, as a parent, a taxpayer, and a former student, I ask you to show your work and offer transparent reasons to the disappointed students, parents, and teachers over this decision. More than this, I implore you to refrain from abdicating your role as the elected body responsible for setting curriculum in this district. It is not the role of the federal government to decide what students learn, what students have to do in order to graduate, what books or literacy programs are purchased. That power was given to you by the voters. I ask you to renew the purchase agreement with Learning A to Z this fiscal year and next. And I'll leave you with one story of the impact of this recent decision. This last Tuesday afternoon, I picked my son up from Coop. and I was speaking about the board's recent decisions to eliminate learning A to Z, and almost in chorus, the 4 high school students who are part of the childhood development program all said, "No, not Raz kids." And one student explicitly said to me, "If it was not for Raz kids, I would not have had access to reading in my home." My parents worked multiple jobs.
I
And I did not
apologize.
have time.
The
Thank you,
time is
President
up.
Rooks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Myers, that was the last public comment. So Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions for Ms. Myers on this line item?
I don't have any questions. Thank you for all the detail in this report. I appreciate it. Looking forward to approving it. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I just had a question about the statewide sporting goods. There's 2 line items, one for contracts 800,000, the other one's for 300,000. They both say statewide sport goods, but one has like a letter F next to it. What's the differentiation between those 2 contracts, and is it because it's by a different provider, or maybe you can help me with that?
We have on this report BSN Sports and Game 1, and I apologize, the report was being pulled up. I can speak to the asterisk F. May I ask for your clarification on your question again regarding the 2 vendors? Specifically, are you asking on either one?
So is it just because they're 2 different vendors? Because they're both obviously for the same thing, athletic equipment and sporting goods, but is it just because they're 2 separate vendors? Is that why they're separated out?
Yes, we have this report broken out by vendor, and there could be more than one vendor under a contract providing the same service. And if you'd like to refer to the specific contract you're asking about, I can add clarity to that.
And just a side question with that. So a lot of campuses have fundraisers to help offset sporting equipment costs for students. Does that get sent through the district to satisfy that vendor contract, or is that something that they would do directly as a club or a sponsor or something like that?
Thank you for that question. So the district may make a purchase from one of these vendors for sporting goods or athletic equipment using a district fund. Typically, program costs that the district's responsible for are not passed on to a student club. In fact, student fundraisers cannot defray a district cost. It might be something that's an enrichment or extracurricular activity outside of a program, just to differentiate. So yes, a student purchase may also come through, although technically student club monies are exempt from procurement in most cases. So in general, it's going to be a district fund making that purchase, and sometimes one of these vendors may have a purchase with a grant, and hence that's why there's the asterisk F, which is referring to we've done the due diligence to ensure that that vendor is federally compliant.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
Thank you. I had the question about the F, and that answered that question. And being also a mom of a college football player, we did a lot of fundraising, and I can see that clearly with the sporting goods separation. Thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
I don't have any either, so thank you, Ms. Myers, for the presentation. With that, I will motion to approve scroll up here. Motion to approve and ratify the presented cooperative purchasing agreement renewals from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 as presented.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Myers. Moving on to 15, closing public comment, 15.1. We do have one item on this one, and that is Ms. Trina Berg.
Good evening again, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers. I am here to speak to the fact that we had a tabled board agenda item at the last board meeting regarding the principal of Oasis. I understand that that was approved tonight. However, education is a very small town, and there is a lot of rumors that went around as to why this board chose to table that agenda item. And I'm curious if the board policy that you had just adopted at the last board meeting, if something specifically off of that agenda item or off that policy was violated, and that's the reason why you chose to table that person. You have an HR department. We have a process and a procedure to hire people. Rumor has it, and again, I understand rumors, but education is a very small town, that somebody was unhappy about how they handled something at the school that they worked at and complained to a board member who then complained to you. And that's why you tabled it. Is that true or not? I don't know, doesn't matter, but I'm pretty sure that disagreeing with a discipline matter or disagreeing with how a principal or vice principal handles the situation on their campus is not one of the things on our policy that would keep you from being hired. Rumor has it that someone went on that person's Facebook and saw things that they didn't like, saw maybe some political leanings or whatever that some people didn't like. And as far as I know, reading that policy that I just read again tonight, that is also not a reason to hire someone, or not a reason to not hire someone, sorry. Rumor has it that they may live in a way that you don't like or agree with. And again, when I read through the policy that you all adopted at the last board meeting, that is also not a reason to not hire someone. It is super unconventional. In all of my years attending board meetings, which I can tell you is more than anyone probably in this room almost, except for some of our very long-standing cabinet members, that's never happened before that I've ever seen a person who was up not actually get brought forward and get voted on. That immediately started what happened, what is going on, why is this, what is the reason for this? There was a lot of commotion that happened because of your actions. And you made people in this district very uncomfortable. And again, rumor has it that the reason why it was tabled was some personal vendetta, agenda, something. And that is not how this board, this district should be operated. And so I want you to know that those rumors are rampant and it's uncalled for and definitely does not look good for anyone who ever tries to apply for this district again. Thank you.
Moving on to 16 informational reports. 16.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
President Rooks, members of the board, just one item from the list tonight that I want to highlight, and that is our upcoming preschool art show. You all know that we're lucky enough to have a wonderful art display in the lobby here of the district office that is rotated by our arts education department, and one of our favorite features are the highlight that we do every year of our youngest learners, our preschoolers. And so just wanted to make that note, lift that up, and thank all of the teachers and the arts education team that is working to bring that here.
Thank you, Ms. Harry.
President Rooks, I was, if I may add two other events that are coming up. I know the board was notified of at Frontier Elementary, their Biz to Biz all of those students have their showcase of their businesses. That is this Saturday, 9 to noon. So if our community could come out for them, that would be great. I went to it last year, or any of our board members. And then the Met has their showcase April 30th. Where you get to see all of their great projects and so forth. So just wanted to make sure our community knows, our business partners, and our board as well, because those are great events. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Moving on now to 16.2, legislative, state, and local updates.
Yes, well, good evening again, President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and community. I've shared before that the legislative session begins the second Monday in January each year and is set to last for 100 days, although in recent years the session's gone longer than 100 days. And so accordingly, the 57th Legislature first regular session convened on Monday, January 13th, 2025, and April 7th marked the beginning of the 13th week of the legislative session. So 13 weeks have passed. Friday, March 28th, was the last day to hear Senate bills in House committees and the last day to hear House bills in Senate committees. April has brought floor action in both the House and the Senate, and Friday, April 18th, will be the last day for conference committees by Senate and House rules. Tuesday, April 22nd, will be the 100th day. And it does appear that the session will go past that date. It's important to note that a number of measures introduced related to the aggregate expenditure limit and Proposition 123 extension are no longer active. However, as a reminder, even with legislation that is no longer moving, legislators have several procedural options available that can be utilized to resurrect the substance of a bill later in the process. In addition, the budget that is pending from the House and the Senate will ultimately need to be reconciled with the proposed budget from the governor that was published back in January. So there's still a lot happening, but can't forecast when the session will end at this time. With that, I'll go ahead and conclude the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
President Rooks, if I may, just to piggyback on that, I do have an update that I'd like to share for the board that I think qualifies under this item. It's specifically related to the notice that we received from the Arizona Department of Education regarding Title VI compliance. So this was a Friday report item as well. So with that in mind, the notification was essentially the request for an assurance that we state that we are in compliance with Title VI of federal civil rights law, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. Originally, the deadline that was stated was for April 14th. That deadline has since been extended. There's a new deadline of April 24th. What I received today, and this is an ongoing item that we just want to make sure that we can speak to, is that the notification is to inform you that this document is required to be signed by the superintendent of the school district or equivalent for charter schools. So that particular assurance has been signed, it has been submitted, so we are assuring that. We will be communicating that as well across the system. There's one other assurance that is due as of April 30th, which is pursuant to a letter from United States Department of Education Student Privacy Policy Office that's required for our assurance that we are following FERPA and the Protection of People Rights Amendment, PPRA. That item is due on April 30th. We are in the process of reviewing this, and we'll make sure that we are following those expectations, and we'll update you when that has been signed and also submitted.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Summers, for that. Appreciate it. Moving now on to...
President Rooks, I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask a question. So does that need to be on a future agenda item, or are we good?
Thank you, President Rooks. Mrs. Ewing, this is part of our informational report, so it's not anything that requires board action. It's just board notification.
Yep. Moving on to 16.3, District Enrollment Report for the month of February 2025. It's available here on our website. Number 17, Other Business. 17.1, Board Member Opportunity to Readdress Agenda Items. Does any board member have any items that they would like to readdress on the agenda? No? All right. Moving on to 17.2, Request for Agenda Items for Future Governing Board Meetings. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any requests?
Just a couple. So we have gotten a lot of emails about and a public comment tonight about the A to Z RAS Kids materials going away. I know that communication was sent out to the families, and that our teachers were given, were communicated with that there was alternate resources that could be used in lieu of that. And so what I would like, since we got so many emails, we have community members out here asking about RAS Kids, is can we have, I think it'd be helpful to have maybe a report on what are the reading materials that families can use at home, because I think that was the biggest complaint. It's not so much classroom, but things that they continue reading at home and continue working on those reading skills. So it might be great if we could have, maybe it's under superintendent, where we have just a report on what that resource is, maybe a brief introduction to that or something.
I
So
will
think-
second that for you.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Is that, you got that, Dr. Hernandez, Dr. Summers?
Yes, thank you, President Rooks. Mrs. Ewing, can I clarify, is that something that you would prefer in a Friday report or as part of a discussion item?
I think just as a report, just so the community is aware of what else is available to them.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And then, I already talked to Danielle. So on review of the parent survey data, I noted two percentages that I was focusing on. One was there was only a 45% positive responses on the item. My teachers and counselors provide me with career and college planning and guidance, and a 46.2 positive response on those that say they are satisfied with the services provided by my child's guidance counselor. So that says to me we need to do a better job of helping to guide our students academically and into the career path. So I'd like to have a study session where we can look at those items and how we can improve student academic guidance programs on how the TLC goes into the ECAP, and how we can just provide better career and college planning guidance and increase the exposure of the CTE programs to our students. I know that's kind of a lot, but I think that would help feed into all of our great programs. We have such a great infrastructure in place for so many programs, and I'd like to see more kids filtered into those programs. So.
I will second. I was about to say a second, but she was very long sentence there, so I was waiting. But yes, okay. You have a second.
And that's all.
Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any future requests?
Yes, I have, for a Friday report, Dr. Summers, I believe in January, was requested that we reiterate the importance of policy IHAMBR with our site leaders. If we could just put in a Friday report how that was communicated and if we got any responses back from our site leaders.
I will second.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
And then also, probably need to discuss, talking about the update from legal, Senate Bill 1437, which is under now ARS 15514, which obviously requires us to be mandatory reporters, which many of us already are. It's not that big of a deal that has passed, but there's some language in there I think that we need to be clear about with our staff, as well as how we're going to operate with it. The language changed to immediately report, which before was not that way. So what is the expectation legally that we have on our employees as far as immediately reporting? And then also clarification on the additional line that it has to be reported to a local law enforcement agency, but a school resource officer or a school safety officer does not satisfy the reporting requirements. So I think that's confusing for our employees if they tell, Officer Smith at certain campus, who is part of the Peoria Police Department, right, or the Glendale Police Department, what does that mean as far as now we have to call somebody else to come and take this report or investigate? There's a lot of nebulous material with this. I don't think it's the best well-written, and I think that we need to do our job to provide that clarity for our employees.
I will second.
Thank you.
And then also received a couple of complaints from teachers that they feel that they're not able to be empowered to run their classroom how they wish when it comes to encouraging students to follow the rules, whether you call it positive behavior rewarding systems, ways that they can note when somebody is operating outside of the rules of the classroom. So it's been more than one teacher that I've talked to individually about their site leaders basically forbidding them from running those types of programs in their classroom. And it seems like teachers are getting frustrated. So I don't know if that has been a direction from staff or anything else like that, but different campuses, different teachers have said the same thing. So I don't know if we need a study session or if that can be a Friday report, but I think we should discuss on how we're communicating that expectation to our teachers and giving them the most autonomy that they can have in the classroom.
I will second that. If I would like it as a study session, maybe looking into the ways of what does classroom management look like for each school and what is the leeway for teachers to have that opportunity of classroom management.
Precisely, yeah, thank you.
Does that make sense, Dr. Summers?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And I think that's it, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any future requests?
I do, and I apologize because I have a splitting headache. Can you readdress, Dr. Summers, regarding the student privacy policy, briefly what you stated? I heard you say that we're going to adhere to that policy, you know, obviously in the deadline. What does that mean for as a board? And the details of that, do we have policies in place that align with the student privacy policy that you were speaking to? Does that make sense?
Can that be in a Friday report?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I know it's something in the future, and I know you haven't done it yet. I just want to, you know, cover everything all at once if we can.
Okay. I will second that. Does
Thank
that
you.
make sense, Dr. Summers? Okay.
I have one more future agenda item. I would like to bring a discussion around our update of MOU to the governing board, the drafted dates of the agreement for Southwest Behavioral Health being August 1st through June 30th, 2025.
I will second.
All right. Mrs. Profit, do you have any future requests?
I do. I have three. The first one I think is for Mr. Molino, but I would love an update on the bathroom projects that we've been talking about for years in the capital improvement, and that's just Friday report of where we're at, specifically Ironwood High School. I know it's come up a million times, but we're still kicking that can down the road. So where are we at with that? What are next steps? I just want to restart that
Do
conversation
you want a
again.
Friday report or do you want?
Well,
a
Friday
meeting?
report and then probably a future agenda item.
Okay, I'll second that for you.
Thank you. The second thing I wanted to request a future discussion item, we'll say, about bringing the Ready to Teach program that Dysart and Deer Valley have into our district to provide post-baccalaureate parents who want to train as teachers. We currently outsource and send them to Rio Salado, but our neighboring districts do it in-house for free. And just, you know, the timeliness of bringing this up, we've talked about it. I've talked about it with Dr. Summers and probably all of cabinet many times, but I was speaking to, we were on a visit, Melissa, I can't remember what school we were at, but they were saying that there's just a lot of in-house training that happens. So I just want to formalize that. I think it's time. So
I will second for you.
Thank you. And then the last one, much to the chagrin of my daughter, I think I would love a future discussion, and I will be prepared at the discussion to bring policy forward in regards to what we need to do for self-one use policy across the district, and what that might look like, gathering input and getting something in place.
I will second.
Thank you.
All right, that's all you have? All right. Okay. Go ahead, you go first, because otherwise I'll totally forget. So Clerk Trivy, go ahead.
One other Friday report, if I would, sir. Cost-saving measures for the district. Do we currently have an employee reward system for employees who are out there that see an issue, that have a better way to solve it, more cheaper way to solve it? I know other large districts and cities have a reward incentive program to where whatever the cost savings would be of that solution would actually be a reward for that employee. I would like to, basically solicit everybody in our district to think of ways that we can cut costs and maybe reward them through that, some type of mechanism, if it's not already currently in place.
I will second that.
Thank you.
All right, so I just wanted to see, and this can be a future study session, or maybe over the summer, when it slows down, looking at our lunches at our schools for students. I know there's a lot of stuff going out right now on healthier school lunches for our students. I know that over the past couple of years, I've kind of heard just some feedback from parents and kids. My own kids tell me their friends don't really like the school lunches. So I just didn't know if we could maybe discuss that over the summer in a study session of what that all looks like.
I will second.
Thank you. And then I would like to see if we could set up tours. Ms. Airy, help me out here. He is the communications, media relations in the Peoria Police Department. I met him at the school carnival. He offered to give us a tour of the Peoria Real-Time Crime Center since it just opened. So if you could possibly reach out to him so we could set up a tour for that.
I will second.
Thank you. And then I know we're still working on it, but I just didn't know if there was any follow-up on tours for the bus department transportation. I know they've been asking for us to come out and visit.
And I will second.
Thank you. And then I think that's it. Yes. So that is all that I have. Moving on to 18, adjournment. 18.1, I need a motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn.
I will second. We have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.